Alright, so this is the continuation from where I last left off. And gonna see if I could try to finish this today. Because later on today in the evening, since I don't have work tomorrow, gonna farm for about maybe 4 hours. I mean, today's like the only day where I would go beyond 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours, playing video games. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not working tomorrow, I wouldn't do that. And if it also wasn't for the fact that June 30th is the giveaway in Warframe, because June 30th is the last day in June, I also wouldn't be doing that because I don't play video games beyond 4 hours leading into the fifth hour. I just don't do it. I go for maybe 3.5 hours in one and then an hour in another, and it gets close to the 5 hour marker, but it never goes get to 5 hours. I mean, the most I believe I've ever played a video game in length, long wise, was back in the past when I didn't have any job and I wasn't working. And that might have been 6 hours straight. But I'm not a streamer, so I ain't doing that.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
I mean, not a streamer as in making money from streaming. Alright, so it's time to put on my thinking cap and get back into this. So I'm assuming two things in this scenario. Thing one, the sun. Suspect one. Thing two, someone who was pretending to be a cleaning aide, a janitor, or a greenhouse cleaner. And they came up and they killed was it his name was Douglas? Dune. His name is Dune, or Dune, or Dune, however you want to call it. So it's either Albert Dune, or Dune, or someone else, or it's an actual heart attack. But there's two scenarios happening here, two crimes. One a crime of stealing, and one a crime of possible murder. I don't know yet. What I do know for a fact is, because there are two separate situations present here, those two separate situations do not exactly follow the same path as all the other missions before. In Black Peter, they followed a path. Someone was killed. You knew from the beginning someone was killed. And thus, you keep saying thus. And so, you had to figure out who the killer was and who associates and who was witnesses and so on and so forth leading up to his death. And all things relevant. And all things relevant and not relevant were either put together to solve the piece or separated in order to remove them from the equation. But it all follows a path as the story was playing out. In Riddles on the Rails, it was the same similar thing. It was about stolen rails on a track. And then eventually the stolen rails on the track led to possible theft of a prototype, which you learn later on, because the stolen rails on the track was all about trying to get the prototype and remove the prototype. And then you learn it was about competing companies. So they were all in one way associated with each other. But in all truth, the deviation from that was then presented after, that the prototype wasn't really connected with the beef between the two companies. It was just an added bonus. And of course, in Abbey Grange, it was about just the same thing, a path. And the same as Bloodbath, it was a path. They were all connected. But here, there are two separate stories starting at the very beginning. One about a man who probably fell down from heart attack or possibly killed, from which Holmes knew nothing about when he was called to investigate the stolen plants. And then there's a situation of a stolen plants. So the stolen plants led to an association of a man with a heart attack, which probably led to murder. So yes, there could be connected, but they were introduced as two separate entities from the beginning, rather than a combined entity in a path. So they feel separate, rather than how all the other stories were presented. Or maybe their path is singular, it's just presented in disorder. That's all, like a jigsaw puzzle, and they are connected. It's just the path of where they're placed is disjointed, and it's up to me to put them and set them in their correct place so they will flow correctly. So that's what I'm going to do here. And since this is more disjointed than all others, I believe it's important that I do set up spotlights for this one. Because it's more disjointed than others, it's more jigsaw puzzle at the start. It doesn't become jigsaw proceeding. It's more jigsaw at the start. So I'm gonna get this piece of paper and a piece of pen, and everything moving forward from now on is going to be tagged. Might need the light on for this one. Is going to be tagged as possible motives associated with suspects. So I have two, and actually I only have one, because you can't really claim an invisible guy who have you not met before, or who I've not met before, is a suspect, because I don't know who the suspect is. So I can't make an unknown factor a suspect, unless the whole idea of the unknown factor is also a factor. So unknown will be a suspect until he's known, and all things related to unknown will be tagged as such. And Albert will be written down on the paper as well. And what is attached to Albert, I'll write my first thing about Albert. Son of the father. Father, done. Second thing, likes plants. Third thing, well, he never said he likes plants. Works for father. Works with father. With father. Third thing, distress due to father's death. Fourth thing. Actually, let me start over. Actually, I'm starting over. This is bullshit. I'm starting over. Scratch all this out. It have to be relevant things for me to deduce, not just random things. Like, he's the son of the father. No. Albert. Start over. Possible relevant things. Being the son is not relevant. Him having a quarrel with his father is relevant, but he has said nothing about that. Him being dismayed over the death of his father isn't relevant. That's a natural feeling anyone will have. Him working here is not relevant, because just because a person works somewhere doesn't mean makes them a possible suspect. He said nothing about his love for any specific type of plant, so nothing is tagged towards Albert yet. Unknown, though. Unknown likes carnivorous plants. And unknown was in same room as Dunn. But Dunn ain't. And possibly cleaning. Are these facts about unknown? Well, likes carnivorous plants is assuming, so I'll scratch that out. I remove likes and put, instead of likes carnivorous plants, I would put in its place possibly as well. Possibly remove carnivorous plants. That makes sense. Makes more sense. Possibly, I'll underline possibly in both cases, because I'm unsure. So nothing about Albert, but at least 3 things about unknown so far. So now I could continue the story. Let me take this light off, because reflective light on the screen cause strain to the eyes. Alright, so now I can proceed with the story. Alright, so this can easily be opened, and something can easily fall from here. Now, if something falls from here, it would fall on the floor and bounce onto the wall. Makes sense that there was a marble stone that was in the room. But in order for a marble stone to go into those pipes and fall here, you would have to have something to pull it through here for it to fall here, because it's made out of marble and it's a stone. So logically that doesn't make sense that someone would have a marble stone coming through here unless there's something tied to it or it was hanging. Or if they could stick their hand through there, that end, all they have to do is just throw it a little bit further and it will fall down here. which would then means someone was in here to pick it up and someone was over there to throw it. That would make two people. Now that's if we're talking about the stone itself. Now if we're not talking about the stone, then it's about the detergent, but the detergent is all the way over here. And so liquid could not have come and fall over there. Instead it should be falling over here. So that doesn't make sense. The damn marble stone makes more sense than the detergent. So couldn't have been something liquid either. And someone's too small to climb into this. So it couldn't have been someone climbing through this. Can someone hide something in there? Sure. But it wouldn't be able to hide it from down here unless they had it attached to a type of pole or something to push it up into the vents here and hide it in here. So either something is hiding in this valve, or the pathway, the shaft pathway of the air conditioning or the air filtration, or this vent specifically, small vent. And if it's not hiding, something's not hiding in here, it is the vent used for giving oxygen into this room where the plants are. So this is specifically designed for breathing oxygen into here for the plants if this is closed off, but it's not closed off. As you can see, this is not an isolated room. You could climb over here to the other side. So I doubt it's about oxygen coming through here. Well, so we'll see. Possibly something was hidden in the vent, or someone threw something from the other side into the vent. Alright.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Well, if this is about the moisture control, then it will make sense. Moisture going to certain parts. But that would make sense. But seeing the fact that you have a ceiling, moisture going into the entire room here, the air will travel and go into this section regardless, so they need moisture to specifically go into this room. Because moisture is going into the entire room and will fill up the entire room. But the vent from here, that's what makes sense. Air, moisture from the air is going into the room at certain pockets here, here, and in the room here. So that's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, moisture is all around. Or at least air is anyway. And let's see what else. Anything else I could find in here? Water hose. You can see in here.
This sign is broken.
Alright, so that's it for this room at the moment. I'm more interested in where this vent goes to over here. But there's no door here. This leads into here. There's a pathway here.
According to this, they have light and moisture. According to
So it's really not letting me go over there. Or maybe it can. Let's just see. Nope, it's not letting me go over there. Alright, so... very well. Alright, so... let's see. Since it's not letting me go over there... let's see if we go here. This is coming from here. The water main. And...
according
nothing here. I think this room. What's this?
dry tropics.
But that goes further. Okay, I think I prefer the other way. Come on, Watson.
Water lily greenhouse.
Okay, so we'll go. So all faucets are connected.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Wait a minute. He's in this room. Are there any... there are no... no. There has to be a way to... okay. This is good. Okay. This is here. And this leads to this. This goes into here. So it's in this room. Wait. Not this room. So it goes into the room next door. Okay. Into this building here. So in this room.
Nursery.
Uh-huh. Surprise, surprise, it's locked. The place that I wanted to go to is locked. Okay, so now we gotta go all the way back to the path we came. Speak to that guy. Alright, so I know the path I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna speak to you. I'm gonna go back in the room and go to other path, and then I'll go down your path. Because it shows me that I cannot go the path I want because it doesn't want me to go directly to that path. Alright, so I'm gonna go to this path because it doesn't want me to go down that path yet. I could go down that path, but I'm pretty sure everything will wind up around, so I'm taking the other way, going the opposite way around. Cactus lilies. Cactars.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
S. It's an S. It's from someplace. Like, okay, with an S. The one thing I would say I don't like about this game is that Watson is always following you around, but he doesn't really do anything. He's only needed when the game says he's needed. It's really stupid. Like, why make Watson follow you around?
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
He's just there to inform you when you want something, or if you don't want something. He just is there. It's really annoying.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Dry tropics.
Nothing in here. I'm sure something will pop up in here later on. That didn't pop up before. Otherwise, this is kind of a useless room. Like, why design a room for it just to be showboaty without no results to
There is
it?
a smell of burning.
Ah, some I might want to have burn evidence. What is this?
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
So there's two symbols not from Kew Gardens, so two pottery types. Competing companies, just like the last, like Riddle on the Rails, probably. Gas mask. Why would someone want to burn a gas mask for a perfectly good gas mask? If someone was using a gas mask, they were probably in an environment that was toxic at the garden. Or they were wearing it so they don't get identified. And I could see that happening, but I could see what more than likely happens, that there was something toxic in the room that if they breathed it in, it could kill them, fatal. Now, unless the plants are probably what they were breeding in were poisonous plants with a certain aroma. It would make sense. Certain carnivorous plants do carry a certain aroma that could be fatal, but to the point of death, I'm not sure.
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. A protective mask. A protective. A broom handle was half burned.
They burned off the broom handle. Oh no, they broke off the broom handle and kept the broom handle. Kept the upper part of the broom handle, but the lower part of the broom handle was not kept. So the lower half of the broom handle was probably used to either puncture or to sift through things. Or maybe it was just broken out of force. Either way, seems like evidence were thrown here to get rid of. Possibly.
The remains of a picture frame. The remain.
Maybe these are things tied to someone's past that they're either fond of or they don't want to be a part of it anymore. A picture frame of possibly someone they know they don't want to have any associations with. Pottery company that they're done with because they move on to a new pottery company. Possible.
A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
Yes. So there's whoever the person who repaired the door, they got it in their head to throw it here, a door handle made of metal, in fire. That's what's puzzling Holmes. Be like, why would you do something that stupid? It's made out of metal. A fire would take for like forever to melt something like this. And for this type of fire, probably won't even melt, it would just overheat. Makes no sense.
A broom.
So whoever burned all this stuff, they burn all this stuff after they repaired the door. And the only thing that makes sense for the reason why they would be wearing a mask, if the detergent on the floor was very toxic, like Clorox, or very pungent if it's not Clorox, and if it's not completely detergent. But the broom isn't a mop, so it's not accurate. So I still think something's out of place. But at least I know for certain one thing that was in that room is here, and that's the old door handle. So it's more likely if it's not the killer that put this stuff here.
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
Okay. So the plants that were taken from that room were put over here to burn, set ablaze. Now, if these plants are carnivorous plants, just like the stolen plants, then no one stole the plants. They just burned the plants over here, which means someone hates carnivorous plants. They don't like carnivorous plants. Or the carnivorous plants came from a specific company, a pottery company, that they didn't like. So they burned it over here and got rid of it. For which company is it from? So our unknown suspect burned evidence of their presence there and possibly didn't steal anything, just decided to destroy them. Okay, so now under unknown, I'm going to put possibly, actually under unknown I'll put destroyed stolen plants. And threw away door handle. Okay. Now all these things I'm putting down for unknown, I would tether them to my suspects, either the Albert or if another suspect pops up. So that's how I'm going to do this one. And that's it for that one. There's always a gardener in these games. Someone either doing gardening work or something like that. It's like I said before, it seems to me that either the people who be in this game like gardening and want to put gardening in every one of their scenarios, or almost every one of their scenarios, or they hate gardening, or gardeners. Wait, there's a lawnmower over here. There are two lawnmowers. Or there's a... No, this is a feeder, I believe. Fertilizer. And this is also... Is it a fertilizer or is it a mower? Oh, it has a canister on there, so it's probably... I don't know, it looks like a lawnmower. So there are two lawnmowers here, or old-fashioned lawnmowers. I can't proceed any further. And let's see. Alright, so...
Dry tropics. Farmhouse. Water lily greenhouse. Nursery. Seed. Ventilation system. Director's office. Colonial collection. A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A ventilation... A water tank. Seed house.
No, seed house. Okay. Different place.
Water lily greenhouse.
Okay. No. Okay. Follow path.
Seed house.
Can I get in from here?
Locked.
Alright. Can't.
Nursery.
Can't get in from here either. So I'm unable to get into the nursery and the water lily seed house.
Director's office.
Can't get in here. Oh, I can't. Okay. Alright. So, I think the end. I came around here. Yeah, I came around there. So I could proceed forward like I did the reverse. So now I'm gonna keep looking around until I run into Albridge. It's not gonna let me go there. Let's check here.
Locked.
It's also locked.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Really? Huh. They're private, huh? The nursery and the seed room are private? Well, I understand the nursery, because, you know, your nursery for plants is for the young plants that haven't fully developed yet. So any type of unskilled person who would tamper with them could actually harm them, or any type of excessive use of water, air, anything can also harm them and stuff. But at the end of the day, they're still plants. So, and we're talking about possible death here and possible theft. So him being strict about that doesn't seem logical. The nursery and seed room is more important than finding out who stole something. Yeah, something off about that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Alright. Let's see.
Locked.
So I came here and I saw him. Spoke to him and it's locked. And this is the entranceway for which I came into the place, and this is exit going back to where I want to go back to. So this is how I came in. And let's check over here. Alright, so he's there. And let's see if we can get in here. Yes. Go back here. And now I'm going to talk to him. But I think I was running on a path before I even came here. And I was ignoring the path to get to him. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing. Alright, so this is really weird. He works in this gardening place, doing, I'm assuming, not just labor, because his hands aren't really dirty, so he's not actually doing the plant work. Because if he was actually doing the plant work, which is the agricultural part, or which is the horticulture part, his hands would be dirty. So Hamish is the one doing the horticulture work, and he's probably just organizing things. So it's a good question to ask if he
Do you
works
work
here.
here?
Yes, but part-time only. For I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
And that would
Thank
make
you,
sense.
young man. We shall see you again soon.
And that would make sense. If he's going for the part of manager, he wouldn't be doing the manual labor part. And maybe the reason Hamish gives him shit is because he's unwilling to do the laborer's part of work. Now in that fireplace there were no signs of gloves. So if he was the criminal was wearing gloves, his hand would be clean. Okay, I think it came in, yeah. Hold on. Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. I'm missing something. I am missing something, yeah. I knew it. The nursery, I believe. Was it a nursery? It wasn't a nursery. Because this is the colonial house where the father was in on this side, and the glass was being cleaned, I'm assuming, with detergent, I'm assuming, over here. So the only thing they would see through the window is over here, which has no window. I don't think there's anything in here that they wanted to see. Unless you're talking about up there, but it doesn't make sense. So, yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna proceed to my place. A hell of a thing to be sleepy, man. One day could just be dozing off. Next thing you know, I'll fall asleep at the wheel one day, and then you'll hear nothing but snoring. Or nothing but snoring for about a good 15 to 20 minutes. Alright, let's just head back. Did he say Scotland Yard or back to Baker's? Yeah, Scotland Yard. Have to check out the autopsy of the dead body.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
I'm assuming if I am going to fall asleep at the wheel, I'll at least be smart enough to know to press the mute button. But then again, it's not how that stuff works.
Locked.
What's in that room anyway? No personal effects. Wait a minute. What's this? Letter to Mr. Wayne. Oh, this was what was on the dead bodies, the dead man's body. Letter to Mr. Wayne, F. Wayne, director of Wayne and Sons Printing Company. He's friend with the director. Okay, so Mr. Montague doesn't considers his helpers, his workers, sufficient to be recognized. Your posters for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful. The posters the print company made for Kew Gardens, but it is surely unnecessary to mention all of the staff. So he would prefer in the picture of Kew Gardens that the staff should be included, but only his name. So he was probably a conceited man and didn't want to give recognitions to those who probably deserve recognitions or those who labor for him. Okay.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make. This watch is of great value. This watch. A membership card for the London Crest Club.
London Crest Club. Place that he goes. Well, there's nothing else to figure out here. Let's see. Alright. London Crest Club. So, should I write it down? No. Where our dead man goes to for either for fun or for social gathering or whatever is not as important as his associates. The print company associate might be more important than the club itself. I'm trying to think of. No, nothing suspicious there. The club I could see if he runs off his mouth about his great stuff or his greatness. The club I could see that. So unless someone's working at the print company and is well aware or have a relative that works at the Kew Gardens and is upset that they're not being recognized for their work, but this guy wants to take all the glory, I would say the London Crest Club is more illogical to investigate. Alright, so let's get this over with. I wonder if I could go through this door. Would it let me? No. Won't. Nothing here. Alright. Let's do this.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. Nothing suspicious here. Nothing suspicious here. Nothing suspicious here. No redness, stings, or bruises.
No redness. No. Okay, so let me think. No redness, stings, or bruises. Jesus, I'm tired. No redness, stings, or bruises. Redness, stings, or bruises. Okay. If he has no bruises on his fingers or in the palm of his hands, he hasn't been doing any labor, or he doesn't do any labor. And if he did take the carnivorous plants from a heart attack or claim to have died from a heart attack, is the same person that steals the carnivorous plants, the same as the Dunn did steal them. There's no stings or any type of poison or anything from the carnivorous plants. At least that's what I believe Holmes is getting at. Could it be possible that Mr. Dunn himself is, or Dunne himself, removed the plants from their original spot, and instead of stealing them, he decides to burn them out of rage or something, and then someone decides to kill him because that's what he did. He destroyed certain plants or confront him for other reasons. So that's speculation on my part. Say that he took them and then burned them. But let's see, what else?
There are no suspicious... There are no suspicious marks upon...
Thought chest would be okay. Chin, lips.
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
Well, that means he either ingested some fungus stuff or someone fed him some poison plants and he died from poison plants. Maybe one of his carnivorous plants was poisonous. Not sure yet. Not sure what the marble stone has to do with it. And I mean, it would make sense that he would heave over and die if someone poisoned him, rather than him getting a heart attack from natural causes. So that makes sense, especially if it was a poison plant, poison carnivorous plant that could easily kill a person within a few seconds. Not sure if gas mask has anything to do with it, unless he wore the gas mask to get rid of the carnivorous plants. But I don't know. I mean, if he's the person that stole the plants and got rid of the plants, the same person who's dead, then I mean, someone had to have seen him doing it and probably killed him in the process afterwards. Fed him poison plant stuff. I don't know. Mine is not focused.
The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
I keep forgetting Watson. I mean, he's not like just... But, son of a bitch. Alright. Ooh, man. I should have grabbed some coffee. Actually, maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna quickly grab a cup of coffee. Yeah, I think I should quickly grab a cup of coffee. Let me pause this for a minute. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Hopefully this keeps me up. It is a hot day, but cold coffee don't keep me up, man. Only the hot stuff works. Maybe the cold also works, but I'm so used to hot coffee. I don't drink coffee a lot like I used to. Ever since I started working out more, I stopped drinking coffee. I only use it when I need extra energy. Not energy, boost.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart. The heart. The heart. The heart.
Wait, what?
The heart's blood vessels show no The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The heart tissue. The heart tissue The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
The blood vessels shows no sign, and
the heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
The blood vessels attached to the heart, inside of the heart, and the tissue shows no pathological signs. So no damages to the heart. Fine.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Congested lungs. Ah.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Uh-huh. So the heart is undamaged, but the lungs, when the person breathed in, the person probably died from the poison to the lungs. So if we're assuming that there's a killer wore the gas mask so they don't take damage, and the poison traveled through the ventilation shaft into the room and poisoned the person. So the person was trying to get out while poison was in the air of the greenhouse. So what does that mean then? Okay. So the person would have to be nearby in order to have, or they don't have to be nearby. The person would have to be at a certain distance from the nursery for which the vent was traveling from to enter into the colonial area where Mr. Dunn was. But the nursery would have to be polluted with toxic from one of the plants, assuming one of the venomous carnivorous plants is poisonous, and then travel through the ventilation shaft into that room, and which means the reason why he was pushing on the door to break it open and he caught a heart attack. Wasn't from a heart attack, was from the poison to his lungs, and he felt like he had a heart attack. So Albert is assuming that his father died from a heart attack, but based on, let me look this up. Pathological, like pathological liar, means consistent or continuous lying. Pathological, relating to pathology, involving cause or of the nature of physical and mental disease. Oh, okay, so it's different from pathological. Well, actually, no, it's not different. When somebody calls you a pathological liar, they're calling you a diseased liar, that your lying is like a disease. Your physical, mentally lying. Your lying is a disease, is part of who you are. So, yeah, pathological is like your nature is to lie. Whereas actually the word pathological, nature of physical and mental disease. Okay, so when he says,
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
he's basically saying the heart blood vessels shows no physical disease infecting it. So the poison didn't get to the heart. So he didn't die from a stroke or any type of damage to his heart, as his son believed.
Shows no visible pathological signs.
So neither the blood. See, that's what's weird to me. If the heart pumps blood in the tissue, then there was no infection to the blood going through the heart, but the infection hit the lungs, so it went straight into the lungs. But in other words, this was a poison that could damage just by breathing in, but wouldn't have to affect any sort of connection towards the blood whatsoever at all. So is that possible? That breathing in goes nothing you breathe in is actually touching your blood vessels. It goes directly to the lungs. I guess so. Because when you smoke, it goes directly to your lungs first before it even touches anywhere else. So yeah, fine. Let's check the liver.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
I guess people love to drink alcohol in Sherlock Holmes stories. In every single story, there was someone who has...
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Okay, so none of the poison got to the heart or to the lungs. I mean to the liver. So anything that has to do with fluids weren't affected. Let's see about stomach.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
Okay.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs.
Oh,
Yes,
this is
Watson.
interesting.
It is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
That's true.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
This is weird. This is the first time he's ever heckled. This is the first time he's ever given a devilish grin. Before he smiled with regards to certain cases, but laughed and is actually enjoying this case, unlike the others. Very strange. What's the big difference between this case and the other case for which he would find amusing? Plants? Or the method, the way the killer killed? Not directly using force, but indirectly using other means. I believe okay, so my assumption with regards to Holmes is that he's interested in killers who don't get close to their victims, making them more elusive and far more interesting. The further away the kill happens from the killer, the more interested Holmes is with regards to the killer. It's him or herself. Alright. So, he has his deductions and I have mine, so let me proceed with my deductions. So two things were made before I look at his deductions. Two things were made in advance. Albert was my first suspect, and I said yesterday the unknown was also a suspect. Today I wrote down 4 possibilities. None was attached to Albert before, but to the unknown. Remove carnivorous plants. Was in the same room as Dunn. Possibly cleaning, but that seems to be less the case, so I will ignore that for right now. Destroy stolen plants and threw away the handle in the fire. Seems more likely the case. Now, can I connect any of these to Albert? Albert did say his father died from a heart attack, or was told his father died from a heart attack. He never saw it, but he said it. Did he said it because someone told him, or did he said it because he just assumed, which would make Albert tag 1 for suspicion of killing his father. Now, does Albert know anything about plants? Carnivorous plants or poisonous plants? Unknown. I can't tag him with anything yet, though I tagged the unknown with several things, because he have said nothing with regards to his father, nor does Hamish. Wait a minute. Now I could make another circle. Hamish. And Hamish is a gardener. He has dirt under his hands. He does the labor's work, where Albert doesn't do labor's work because he has clean hands. Albert's father, before he died, didn't do labor's work either. He also had clean hands. Hamish could have resentments toward Albert being like his father, or upset. So in any of the connections with regards to my unknown can attach themselves to Hamish. Hamish is not known for repairing things. He's more a gardener type. So I'm not sure if he's interested in poisonous plants. I can't really say he was in the same room as Dunne or Dunn, however you want to say his name. Yeah, so I can't really tag either Albert or Hamish or this so-called woman, which I'm not going to put a spotlight down for. until I speak to them. So everything is about speaking to. Now, there's no actually date or anything in regards to when certain things happen. So what will I have here? Dunn was trapped in Colonial Collection room, and he was poisoned due to poison going through the air and died in the Water Lily greenhouse. I already know how that happens. He was poisoned through the ventilation shaft, and it went through the vent air shaft. Let me see what poison says. Danae or Dunn inhaled till a poison that was intended to kill him. I was trapped in. Okay. Okay, so an actual one. Wait, what happened to the other one? What the hell? Ah, so it is doing what I said. So it is doing what I said. I knew it. There are two cases going on here. One about stealing and one about murder. Otherwise, what I just pieced together yesterday disappeared. This is a first. I did one, either it disappeared yesterday or it just disappeared. I did one deduction with Holmes and he tagged it. But then I come back and do a second deduction and the first original one has disappeared. It's not here anymore. So it's good that I'm actually spotlighting things. Because this one is not as simple as just a direct path like the others were. Yes, Riddle on the Rails was quite difficult because you had several factors. And Black Peter was somewhat interesting because you didn't know, the game was all over the place. But this one is more like there's two situations happening here. And they don't necessarily have to be related to each other whatsoever at all. Lestrade. Okay, Lestrade's room is locked. That's... Okay, so I'll question my people now at Kew Gardens. Find the plant that was used to kill Mr. Montague. 2. Inspect Kew Gardens staff, buildings. Now the only two buildings I couldn't get to is the seed room and the nursery room, for which the ventilation shaft from the colonial room led to, and it was locked. And Mr. Hamish says those are private rooms and you cannot get into. So the only thing suspicious about Hamish is that he doesn't want to have me want to give me access to those rooms. And find out who killed somehow. Okay. I'm gonna speak to Hamish first and ask him for me to get access, because then I'll say it's murder. I'll see his reaction, see how he reacts, and if he still refuses to give me keys to those rooms, it means someone very influential, more powerful than him, is forcing his hand for me to not let me get into those rooms. Now I did see two different companies at the bottom of the potteries. Two different companies. One with an S and one that looks like a mountain symbol. So it could be two competing companies, just like in Riddle and Rails here.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Okay, as my suspicions brought clarity to that answer, he too said the same thing that I assumed was happening. Someone, one of the people, his staff, were cleaning the room and they didn't fully clean it. That's what he believes. And Watson said, well, you're the director, you should be able to know who was in there cleaning the room. And he is busy, and he does have dirt under his hands, so he's always working. Which could tell me, the only thing that tells me is that he's negligent of what's going on within Kew Gardens. He doesn't pay attention to the menial work of his workers. He's more of a focused man. But he also sounded like he was evasive. So, unsure of what his workers are doing, but also evasive. So I'm going to put evasive of colonial room. Okay. Relationship with...
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
Okay. He also told me a lot there. 2. Dunn wasn't there for a week. 1, Dunn wasn't there for a week. 2, he didn't give a shit about his workers. 3, Dunne was conceited. 4, he didn't like Dunne because Dunne was conceited. And 5, he's not really upset that he's dead. So 2 things ring true that he could possibly be the killer. 1, he's not upset that he's dead. 2, he didn't like the guy. And 3, he hardly treated people like he treated people like dirt and took all the credit. And he was kind of pompous. So everything is bad from his point of view about Dunne, which would lead people to believe that he's the killer. So I would put down possible motive. Motive is he thinks Dunne is super unprofessional. Okay, but I'll also put another one stating, if a man is willing to admit that someone probably got ganked the way they did, got 86th, or 187 had to be called on him, and he's willing to admit that to Holmes and Watson standing right in front of him, he's not scared that they might catch on to him being the killer, which makes him not the killer. So possible, I'll write something else here, possibly highly, or should I say highly, possibly not killer. That's why would a killer try to make himself tagged as the killer so easily? His lifestyle.
You
About this
mentioned
week
that
away.
Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And
he had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so he was pompous and he was only there on Tuesdays, and when he left, he spent most of his times clubbing at some smart set. Okay. Tuesdays. Okay, so I'll put for the unknown killer. Tuesdays. I'll put Tuesday on the side, just as a reminder. I can't connect anything to Tuesday yet. Okay.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before. And now, all of a sudden, he's trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
Okay. About Albert. Albert was broken up about his father's death. He wants to continue his education in being manager after his father's died, but Albert even admit this, he never really cared for botany until his father died, which is very strange. Maybe the death of his father gave him perspective, and he wanted to take up the helm, but him and Hamish butt heads, and I believe Albert kind of knows this. Knows Hamish probably is upset that he's trying to take over the business, and maybe that's the reason why Hamish treats Albert the way he does as well. What is strange is, I guess not really strange, Albert is keeping... Actually, that is strange. If you're the director here, why the hell would you want Albert, who's not really in charge, to keep the keys? It's very strange. And he's keeping the keys to the nursery that leads to the ventilation that led into the colonial room. Okay, Albert. So I got my first tag with Albert. And let's see, where was it? Was it in the same room? Okay. I would connect destroy stolen plants and threw away handle in fire. I'm going to connect that to Albert. And I will attach has keys to nursery, which connects to vent of colonial room. Okay, so huge spotlight is on the unknown. Second spotlight is on Albert as the second big one, and Hamish is kind of like the red herring here, but he's coming across extremely strong on purpose. So I wonder if this is one of those situations where the one coming across strong is the most obvious. Of course, we all know about Mr. Garrow situation. He came off awkward and weird. Turns out that he was the killer. But twice in a row? That seems highly unlikely for the people who make this game to make a force character, which is obvious the killer, twice in a row. That would be shitty, and I would drop points from the game for that.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You're a strange man, Mr. Hamish. I was just about to absolve you of certain things, and then all of a sudden, you start to pity the guy. And then you threw it towards this woman. But then it's going towards Albert as possibly killer again. Abusive father. Abusive father. I'll tag Albert as abusive father. Right. Alright. Next question.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
I think you're a bit slow, my friend. If she was an intelligent woman, or is still an intelligent woman. Did he say was or is? Well, either way, intelligent meaning mentally intelligent, she would know that there's something off about Mr. Montague being flirty with her, and would catch on to it quite easily. She does experiments, and she has a thing for botany, a very gifted thing for botany. Mixing the right amount of herbs together in order to create a poison wouldn't be something hard for her. Knowing the right type of plants also wouldn't be something hard for her to know in order to kill someone. Knowing when and where and how things would work would also be something she would know. How to make it go into the lungs without affecting other parts of the organs would probably be something she would know as well. And when Mr. Montague would be here or at what time, for which she would be able to set up a specific day and time for her to be in said room. The only difficult part would be how long would it take to get through the vent to get into the room. She would have to be very precise to know that he would not leave the room and stay in there for a certain period of time, long enough for the air to go into the room. And she would only know that information from either being around him in the room, present in the room, when it happened, or through Albert. So let's say she committed a crime by starting it to make it go through the hose or through vent, inside of the vent, but she made sure he stayed in the room because she was in the room with him during the period for which it was going through the vent. And then it started to choke him. And then she threw on the gas mask to ensure that she doesn't breathe it in and die from it. Now I'm saying a she in the situation, but I'm thinking actually about Albert. Now let's say I'm taking Albert out of the equation and put Hamish in that situation. He knows about botany as equally as she probably does. So let's put him in the situation. He would have to be able to stay in the room and wait for the poison to go through the vent and get in there and kill him. cleaning fluid was located on the ground, so it would have to be someone who was cleaning the windows when he was in that room. Now, if he can't stand Mr. Dunay, he wouldn't be anywhere around him because he doesn't like him. So the person who would have to be in the room would have to be someone who likes to clean. And that can't be Albert, because Albert just doesn't like to do manual labor. So it would have to be her. But then again, Albert is his father's personal bitch, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was in there too. So two killers might be in this situation, Albert and her, plotting together. One to stay in the room to make sure he doesn't leave, and the other to turn on the gas somewhere. Very well. I'm gonna go with two for right now, but it's still on
Tell
Albert.
me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Okay. So now, three suspects. Hamish, the woman, Albert, and... No, four suspects. 1, 2, 3. There's actually only three, but I'm putting fourth because the fourth, the unknown, is going to tether me to one of these characters. And whoever gets the most tether is possibly the killer. So, possible killer will be the woman as well. Knowledge of mixing. Mixing herbs. Our boy Hamish knows knowledge of mixing herbs, and probably Albert also knows knowledge of mixing herbs. He likes to study it, but he doesn't like to physically do it. That's why I'm leaning away from Albert with regards to doing anything physical. But he doesn't need to do anything physical if he had an accomplice. Very well. So far, Albert is still the main person. The red herring seems to be this man. Who would hate Mr. Dunn that much more than anyone else? Him. Most obvious. But who would really hate him more than anyone else? That would be his own son, who knew him from since he was young. Okay, so we'll go check in on him. Where is he? There he is.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
She works here once in a while. Mr. Dunay, or Dunn, however you want to say his name, also works here once in a while on Tuesdays. So is today a Tuesday? I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't work here all the time. She's away with him on a cruise yacht or something. Very interesting. And she wants the keys to the seed house, which Albert has. I wonder what his relationship is truly with her. Like, if she's really that naive and with his father, and he might be aware of it. In fact, it's highly possible that he's aware with it, and wouldn't know, to his own chagrin, would probably ask himself, why the hell is this intelligent woman with his shitty ass father? Something's very strange going on here.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
He's dealing with the storage room, but he doesn't know anything about the colonial collection room. That was extremely evasive. You're telling me he's never been inside of that room before? He's been here all this time, but he's never been in that room before? He only deals with the storage room? Alright. I'll put only deals with storage room. A relationship with
I
father.
imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
You're telling me that this guy treat you like shit your entire life because he never thought you were good enough, always compromise you. And the moment he's dead, you have a sudden change of heart because he's dead? Yeah, there's something off about that.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Kid, your father treated everyone equally shitty. You're right about that. But what you're wrong about is if two employees are hired, or should I say if an employee is hired by a company and has been working with a company for 20 years, 15 years, or however long, and then you show up out of the blue and start working there for about a year, I'm using this as an example, you don't have any right to take over anything just because of your father's son. The person whose seniority there is the person that has more right because one, they've done mostly everything. Being able to take over the job because you're associated with your father and deal more with the management side of things don't make you in charge. See, that's the logic of any business. Whoever has the most experience and the most knowledge would typically take over the job, not those who have influence due to connections. Now, from his point of view, he should take over because he's associated with his father, for which he does not believe so. And Hamish would be right for being angry, because why make a punk-ass kid who doesn't even give a shit about botany taking charge of botany, and as well as the garden himself, just because he has a change of heart because his father died. So I'm taking Hamish's side on this. Be like, you don't have any right to be in charge of any of this stuff. Also give Hamish reasons for doing the killing. So, but here's the thing. Gives me more reason even to suspect Albert more of the killing, because he could tag the person who actually disliked his father as the killer, dissatisfied with his way of doing things. Yeah, I'm not going to write anything down for Hamish. That seems way too obvious. Now, what's strange about this case than all the others, everyone other than them being evasive about certain things, they're not. Internet is acting up. Wait, let me press this button real quick.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
The cloakroom employees' effects are private. So the internet is starting to act up now, so I have to be a little faster. But he did give me the keys to the seed room and to the nursery. So, yeah. So he was willing to give me the keys where Mr. Hamish refused. Okay, so now that puts Hamish as possible suspect. Did not want me, I put did not want me to go into seed and nursery. There's a nice little shifting going on between Albert and him. But I know that's what the game is intending for me to do. So first I'll check the one I want to check, not the seed room, the one from the vent. So let's see. How did it go? So crime happened in here, went down the vent there in that room. And so the vent traveled down here, out the way, Watson. Well, look at that.
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
I don't care about the seed house. She could go ahead and enter the seed house. I care about the nursery.
Nursery.
I care to see where the vent. Okay, so it came the vent here, here. For the love of God, Watson, get out the way. Here. Interesting. It goes to the seed house. I'm making sure, double check. That was the room. It went into here. We'll see what we find in here, but it's actually the seed house we need to go into. Unless, wait, is there an open vent here? There's no open vent. Fine, let's check this.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Okay, so the seeds of plant species are stored here. This is the nursery. Okay. Where they're stored. Okay. The seed development is probably in the next room, but the nursery is here. Let's see, it's in here.
The seed.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, Mr. Dunn, someone just threw out your...
It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
And I'm pretty sure someone broke something off of it. But it's a bust, it's not marble. Unless it is marble. It doesn't look... Yeah, it is marble. There it is. So they threw it in here.
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common.
Okay, so they came into the nursery and dumped it here in the nursery. So they could walk through here. Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. So it went through here and went into the seed room and also followed the path into the colonial room. So let's see what's here.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. A thesis.
Okay, why didn't you pick that up, Holmes?
A glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Okay, that's no big deal. All it tells me is that either Martin Hamish is the killer or someone want him to be the killer. My guess goes on want him. It's too obvious.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens.
Wait, what?
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens.
Well, there were other exhibitions, possibly those companies that were at the bottom of those potteries. He was doing exhibition for someone else. Or these are past works of his when he wasn't present here, and he was a well-known, like an artist that does art. He does exhibitions and then on his own, and then one day he gets hired and works somewhere. So he's holding up his achievements like statues.
This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Okay, so yeah, he keeps his pride and his things that make him feel good about himself here.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Yes, I'm aware. And I'm also aware that that's also the place where the person was cleaning the windows with probably the detergent. So if Martin was the killer, he wanted to see what was going to happen. But why would he want to see through there, the clean window? Something is very strange here. You're telling me he couldn't see what's going on over here? He wanted to see there specifically? The only thing that makes sense he would want to see there specifically is where the gas is coming down through the vents. So he wanted to see specifically where the gas is coming down through the vents.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year. A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
Yes, Martin Hamish is a very well-educated man and deserves all the accolades he can. However, he seems to not be getting that.
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
I could easily put Martin Hamish as the killer. But let's see. Albert has access keys to get into the nursery. Who also have access keys? Miss White has access to get into the nursery once Albert gave her the keys to get in there. Hamish himself, this is his personal space, the nursery. Alright, so now we're going to go into the seed room and speak to this woman. Someone wanted to see him die. I'm trying to figure out the whole statue thing. A statue of who? Of Montague was inside the nursery, inside the place where Hamish works, thrown into a bin. Hamish wouldn't be messing with something like a statue like that. He would actually hate for something like that to be around him. Seemed like someone planted that there.
Seed house. Open.
Why did he say open like that? Is he really that fascinated about this case? Holmes is very enthusiastic about this case. It's very strange. He must love plants himself to a certain degree, or love to catch a killer who does stuff from a distance.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
He said unable to see the interior. But also ventilation.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
I know, but you don't need to see the interior to have the poison go through the vent. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. This vent is... Yes, it is connected. Okay, so...
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. These materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office.
So this is Albert's office, the seed room. So the vent leads from Albert's office, the seed room, through the nursery and goes into the colonial room. But there's a ventilation shaft also inside the nursery, which is Hamish's room. But you could see the colonial room from Hamish's room. So you would think that the killer would want to actually see what's happening. Yes, this is a very interesting little stage event here, because the killer went out of the way to clean the window that led towards the ventilation shaft so they could see the ventilation shaft, dust going through the ventilation shaft, and they made sure that if the window is open from Hamish's window, they could see into the colonial room. It's as if they're trying to make Hamish out to be the killer.
A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
And the stolen plants may have not been stolen, because the whole idea of Holmes coming here was to investigate stolen plants. But then we saw plants being burnt, so this might all have been a ruse just to kill this guy. And Albert is more interesting in ships than he is in plants, but he all of a sudden changed his mind and is now interested in plants. Okay, wait a minute. Open the window.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Yes. Wait a minute. 1 second. Wait. Colonial Collection Room is in here through this door. Right there. And he looked through the window here to this wall here, which is part of the greenhouse. But you can't see anything in the greenhouse, so yeah, it's trying to put Albert as not the killer. It's making it very, okay, so this now makes her suspicious, because it seems to be something of a setup. A person, if she is as smart as I think she is, she could be setting up Hamish to be the killer and Albert to not take the fall. Possible killer. Alright, possible killer. Or Albert did do the killing and she's trying to set it up for him. So it could be, like I was saying, it could be exactly what I believe it might actually be. Two people involved. One to commit the crime, second to cover it up. No, but that's very easy. That's very easy. Well, let me see here. Hold on here. Black Peter, possibly two people to kill. And then also possibly a very one. Brittle on the rails. Possibly two killers. Even though he wanted me to lead to one. Bloodbath. Possibly two killers, but it turns out to be the one. Abbey Range. One killer, but accomplices in trying to clean things up. So it might actually be one killer again, but an accomplice again. All of the story seems to have an accomplice in some way, shape, or form. It's either unwillingly or willingly. In the case of the prototype guy, he wasn't really an accomplice. He was just a cheater. So it might just be one killer this time as well. And a cover-up. Let's see what else we can find in here. The game is becoming very predictable. I mean, what it's trying to do. Usually most killers are just the one, and typically has an accomplice or an unknown party.
What should we do next?
Okay. Anything else here? Alright.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
This is highly suspicious. This is not the behavior I would thought would come out of this woman. The words, anyway. She's happy to see us. She's inquiring if he's Sherlock Holmes. Why would she care that he's Sherlock Holmes? Now, the last time I read a story with a woman being interested in knowing that if he's Sherlock Holmes or not, is a woman who had advance notice that Sherlock Holmes would be on this case. And that was the scandal of Bohemia. Also, not a naive woman, but the game, or should I say, the story was trying to put her off as one. Turns out she was quite intelligent and was well aware of what Sherlock was doing. Here we have a similar situation. If she claims to be actually truly naive, then she's naive. But if Albert believed her to be smart as well as Hamish, then she is playing possum. And is something very super evasive. That's the word. Unlike the other two, she is super evasive. Evasive. Which makes her now on the same playing field as Albert as the killer. Evasive is one thing, the same as Hamish was evasive and Albert was evasive. But super evasive, by just telling me that she is aware that I'm here, or assuming that I am who I am, is extremely suspicious.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Yeah, super evasive, alright. Extremely, actually evasive. Not in what a person would do to evade recognition with regards to words or behavior. But her tone, the tone is evasive, not her eyes. Actually, no. Not really. Actually, her eyes are evasive as well. They keep shifting all over the place. Mr. Hamish was quite attentive, and Albert's eyes sometimes shift every now and again, but hers is all over the place. Yeah, she's super evasive. She's either in some trouble with Mr. Dunn or with a shady relationship with Mr. Dunn, or she's associated with this crime in some fashion.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Oh, Okay, so that reinforces Hamish's whole thing about her being super naive. If she truly believes he's a good man, and the son believes the father is not a good man, and Hamish believes he's not a good man, how would she not be able to know that he's not a good man? She's putting on pretenses. But for what? What reason? Why? Was she his lover? Secretly giving her money or funding of certain things? Possibly giving her the power to take over this Kew Gardens in the future? If I ask, does she work here? She would obviously admit that it's Albert works here. But she is working here, but does she work with Albert here? I'm interested to know
Do
that.
you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
That's very interesting. In the same class as the murdered father and son, in the same class with the son of the murdered father. If he's aware, the son, Albert, is aware that she's intelligent, and he was able to get her the job working here because she wanted to work here, then the son will also be aware that there might have been a relationship between that of her and the father, for which would probably drive the son crazy. Let's say he has a thing for this girl. Yes, that seems to play out right. So the son is... Every time I turn away from Albert and suspect it's not him, it just goes right back to Albert as killer. Okay. Empty colonial collection.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Never been there. Albert said the same thing. He deals with the storage room. And now she says the same thing. She's never been there. Okay, so the game is basically telling me that they're not allowed to be in that room. But someone was in that room other than Mr. Dunn, because if Mr. Dunn or Dunne has clean hands, he's not a laborer type, which means he wasn't cleaning. There was detergent on the floor, someone was cleaning the windows, and he's not the type to start doing cleaning. He'll let his lesser workers do that for him. So one of these mofos are lying his ass off, and I doubt it's Hamish, because Hamish wouldn't even be around that asshole. They hate each other. So she's lying or Albert is lying. And it's more likely they would both cover for each other. And if she's smart, she could be using him. So she was probably in there. And knowing how he is, a womanizer and everything, he wouldn't see it coming. The only thing that would tag her as the killer would be, if I'm correct, the only thing that could tag her as the killer is the gas mask that was burned in the fire. If it's a certain size that only a woman could wear, then she was wearing it, that she's the killer. However, if she cannot fit that gas mask, then that means Albert was the one that did the killing. But someone removed the locked door. The old one. Now I haven't heard anyone brought up any type of words or clues with regards to being able to fix locked doors or anything like that. These people are all botanists or have interest in other fields outside of botany, unrelated to any type of repairs.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
That seems to be accurate. Let's go with this one.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. Disturbing him. It is only temporary.
She has duplicate keys. Okay. So it's not his keys he gave to her. He gave her duplicate keys. Very interesting. See, I was thinking if he originally gave her the original keys, he wouldn't have it on him during a certain period of time. But now that goes out the window because it looks like he made her duplicates. Now, why would he do that? Because she asked it, or because he just wanted to do it? If he just wanted to do it without her asking for it, then it's most likely he's the killer, because she didn't ask for it. He just gave it to her. But if she did ask for it, then she could be seen as more as the killer. So I need, okay, has duplicate keys, has keys. And then I put for Albert, gave duplicate keys. Okay. Let's profile her. This one is a little bit trickier than the others, especially more tricky than Abbey Range, and more tricky than Bloodbath. Because I truly believe two things happen here. Two type of crimes. Someone actually tried to steal something, and then they tried to burn off something to look like they didn't try to steal it, but they also tried to burn off proof of evidence of them committing a crime as well. So if the thief and the murderer are both the same person, then it's all good. But if two different crimes happen here, unrelated to each other, then that's a little bit complicated. What the hell? Oh, okay. Unmarried. Yeah, he liked her because he was a womanizer. Did I miss something? What am I missing? The hell? She looked like she's holding something, but It could be just her folding her hands. Wait, what? She is holding something. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Poor family? Expensive
Thank you, miss.
perfume.
None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
No I was just about to say no shit, Sherlock, and he is Sherlock. So it's like I said, it's a strange situation. We have a murder, and then we have stolen stuff. The game is going down too red. I mean, they're aligned in a singular path, but the path is separated in sections like a jigsaw puzzle to make it look like there's not a path. It's just that I need to put the path on its right tracks, or its right fluid flow, like water down a river or down a stream. Okay, let me see my deductions here. Anything else? Very strange. Also very strange. Very, very, very strange. Out of all those speaking to all those people, Holmes has no deductions whatsoever. Yet he spoke to 3 people already, and he has no other clues. That's very weird to me. Extremely weird. Alright. So while Holmes is in limbo with his deductions, let's see what we could pull here. Destroy stolen plants and threw away handle in fire. Still cannot tag that to Hamish. But Hamish would be strong enough to repair a door. He is works with his hands. Destroy him and throw it into the fire. And also there was gas mask there. That could be Hamish as well. But that could also be the girl. She seems to also work with her hands as well. She's into botany. Okay, so I'll link that of the Mr. Unknown character to both of them, and not to Albrecht. The same room done, possibly cleaning. Neither Hamish nor the girl stated anything about cleaning or cleaning fluids. So I remove carnivorous plants, and no one knows anything about the plants. The carnivorous plants going missing. Okay. Alright, what am I supposed to do now? Okay, so let's see. Search archive, search archive. Wait, this one says search archive. This one says you need to have more dialogue choices with regards to the fragment from the bus. So I have to speak to someone with regards to the fragment from the bus. Who would I speak to with regards to that? Since it was inside Hamish's place, I'll speak to him. And search archive, and this one is find a use. A set of keys to open all doors. Okay, so I have to use up the key on certain doors. Okay, she's here. I'll open all doors with the keys. Nursery.
Nursery.
Okay. And that should be it. It says set of keys to open all doors at Kew Gardens except the one. What? Except the one to the cloakroom. Okay, so I have to find the cloakroom. Let me look on the map. I'll speak to you in a minute. Cloakroom. Palm House. What does this say? Seed House, Nursery.
Ventilation system.
Ventilation. Okay. Right, the cloakroom is located at 2, and the 2 is here. Is in the main offices. Okay, so I have to get to the main office.
Cloakroom and laboratory.
And that's to the here. Right. That should be it. No, I have to open all doors. Okay.
Locked.
And that's it. Yep. Keys are now used up.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
I'm sorry, but I'm not done.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Is he talking about the colonial room, the substance on the floor, the detergent? No, couldn't mean that.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be...
But gold dust?
The gold...
But why would...
Immune to chemical attacks. Immune to chemical attacks. So if you breathe in the chemicals, or with this, okay, so if the person had this inside of the gas mask, it would help them to not get sick, to make themselves immune. I mean, back in the days, they used to put all type of herbs inside of old-fashioned gas masks so that they don't catch diseases. Okay. There's other things present.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
Okay, so Albert's book was in here. So Albert came in here in the office.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
Okay, and the person that does so both Albert and the girl were in school together, so I'm assuming they were both in chemistry class together as well. But she's probably more proficient with regards to mixing chemicals because that's what she's into, chemicals and plants. If not, then she told him how to mix certain things together.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Wait, what?
I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything.
Turn it around.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Wait, what? I could hardly hear anything. What the hell? Say that again.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Okay, so the plants respond to their environment and have a sort of consciousness. That's weird. Okay, so the only type of plants I know that have consciousness in response to their environment, like almost instantaneous, are the carnivorous plants. So she was experimenting on the carnivorous plants.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Produce chemicals in the event of an attack. Produce chemicals in the event of an attack as a defense mechanism in order to thwart the attacker. So, someone was experimenting on the plant, and the plant produced chemicals to respond to the attack, and the person took the chemicals from the attack that would be fatal to the attacker, and they used it to kill Mr. Dunn. Or Dunn, or I don't even, I'm just going to call him Mr. Dunn. But can it go aerial? Would it be affected if burned?
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
This is a table for experiments.
Only this...
Wait, what? There's something else here? There's two here. I saw both of them.
I don't hear anything.
Was I supposed to put another thing there? I guess not. Alright. Ah, there we go. So, whose office is this? I'm assuming this is, does it say outside the door? See who it belongs to. Now, who would want to go ahead and do something like that? Say about that. I've been on for quite some time, so if it kicks me off, it kicks me off. So hopefully it doesn't kick me off, but if the internet goes down now, I'm fine with it. I've been on for a good 2 hours, going into 3 hours now. So I'm fine with it for right now. I've been trying to see if I could get 4 hours in, but if not by live, I'll do the rest by PlayStation. So the only person who could take down those tags on the front, with regards to whose office it is, would probably be someone like Hamish. But why would he do something like that?
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
So, would
Such
this be
masks are
Mr. Dunn's
generally
room?
worn when dealing with toxic chemicals.
Is this Mr. Dunn's room, or is this Albert's room?
Gloves. Waterproof.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
I mean, Albert's book is here in this room. But her experiments with regards to the plants is present in here. So unless Albert in this room has been studying her experiments with regards to the plants and then putting it up here on this chalkboard, I would say this is not Albert's room. This is there's two tables, so this is both the room of both Albert and the girl together. One is missing.
Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Here we go again. Okay, this one I'm skipping. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna, because the internet is acting funny. So I'm gonna pretend like I'm trying until it says skip. There.
Open.
Cloakroom. Okay.
The employee's cloakroom.
The room that is very suspicious more than anything else.
Martin Hamish's locker. Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
Is it really? The guy does botany. He has many degrees. He's done a gallery work. Obviously, he would know how to do chemistry.
A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
So the only two people that would be able to know how to mix chemicals, is the game is saying, is Martin and the girl. The strange thing about the situation, I cannot see the girl and Martin together. Miss White and Martin together. Mr. Hamish plotting together. Because she thinks she's naive. He thinks she's naive. And she doesn't think anything too harshly about him. She only thinks harshly about a little bit about the situation that happens. Actually, she hasn't said anything harshly about anyone except the dead man. Treatment towards the son. So I can't see them working together, her and Hamish. That's Mr. Dunn and the girl. Okay. What's this?
Father and I, Kew Gardens.
Father, wait, that's not the girl? Martin Hamish, photography, father and I. Oh, wait a minute. Miss White, wait a minute. Hold on. Miss White is Hamish's daughter. But that doesn't look like Hamish. Martin Hamish, photographer, father and I. So you're telling me that she is the daughter of Hamish? Is that the reason why he really doesn't like Dunn? Because he figured Dunn is sleeping around with his daughter, and he hates Albert because of that too. I mean, now that that's present, that would make him even more reason to be the killer. Because he has something yet, another thing to hate. Okay, done for. Miss. Unless that's not Miss White. Okay, I'll write down Miss White is daughter of Hamish. See, that caught me by surprise. That's the only thing that caught me by surprise. The only thing. Because he doesn't look like that old of a man to have a daughter at that age. Unless he's far older than he looks. So that one caught me by surprise. Extreme surprise. But that doesn't look like Hamish. It says Hamish, but that doesn't look like the guy that I actually see and talk to.
Albert's locker. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there goes his bullshit about being really interested in botany all of a sudden. More like you got your ass rejected from a school. You got nowhere to turn to, so you try to think of a way to get into your father's business now. Because you realize maybe it wasn't meant for me to be a sailor, so I have to look at my other options. I guarantee if he wasn't rejected, he wouldn't be turning back to look at other options. And look, surprise, surprise, his father's involved with this again. Turns out he couldn't. It's not that he couldn't cut it. Turns out his father got involved again, probably getting in his way once more on his future attempts. Yep, and the damn game keeps playing the possum, man. Going back and forth between that of Hamish and Albert, and then throwing the girl in there as kind of a loop-de-loop. But I know it's not Hamish, because it's obviously stating the obvious. Who is sitting across from the colonial room? Hamish, who has hatred towards Dunne or Dunn more. Hamish, whose daughter is with him. Hamish, that's Hamish's daughter. Who knows how to use chemistry? Hamish. Whose accolades aren't recognized at Kew Gardens, but Mr. Famous Guy takes all the credit, and puts Hamish in the background. Okay, Hamish again. Many things are showing Hamish as possible. Now, the only thing that doesn't show Hamish as possible is the ability to repair doors and broken locks, and of course, the suit. That chemistry suit wasn't located within Hamish's place. It was located within the girls and Albert's place. So, two things are off. Otherwise, Hamish would be obvious. Okay, so dialogue, 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 and archive. Let's look some more.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
Nothing else?
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
Seems. It's an interesting word to use. Seems. Let's say she is playing possum. Let's say she's really into botany. And she knows very well that he wanted to join the Navy, but his father got in the way to take over the business, even though he didn't want to. She would probably get real pissed off about that he, who wanted to go overseas, is now being forced to take over something for which she probably thought to herself she would be able to take over. But now he's here. But then that would make Albert and her not on good terms. Which means no two killers, or a killer and an accomplice.
Miss White's locker. Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Okay, I'm bringing this letter with the... She appealing to the nature of her parents. They don't seem to have money, and she does, or they do seem to have money, but she doesn't have money. So, let's say they're unable to fund her education. She leans towards Mr. Dunn in order to get education. So she speaks to Albert in regards to hiring and working somewhere, and possibly sweet talk her way to Mr. Dunn in order to help her out with her education expenses. Doing whatever he wants. He is a womanizer, so I'm not surprised since she doesn't work there often. She goes off to the Cambridge Islands or something, or the Canary Islands, and chillin' and shit with him, doing God knows what. Very interesting. And Mr. Albert probably knows about this. But she is writing this to her mother and her father is Hamish. So when he received this letter and them not having the money to do so, Albert probably tell, hey, come work at the place where your father works at. She probably brought this up to him and realized that he can't financially support her. So when she does go towards Mr. Dunn, and he was able to financially support her, a person who's not a father, he got extremely jealous and angry. Still too easy. Still too easy for murder. But also makes her get off the hook. Put her off the hook because she wouldn't kill someone who's her breadwinner, someone she's feeding off of, in order to support her. Yes, so now she's off the tables. I could finally say, if killing the person who's helping her to financially progress forward is an unwise thing on her part, it would be most likely the case that she wouldn't kill him. But Albert will, and Hamish probably would. I'm still leaning towards Albert in this case. Mainly because his father probably treat her like more like a son than he treats his own son. That seems more likely. Both situation of both the father, Hamish, and Albert, the son of Mr. Dunn, seems like they're extremes, two sides of the same coins, both trying to cut off the head of Mr. Dunn and kill him. Is that what's happening here? Did I hit the nail on the head? Are these two mofos pretending? I wonder. That would make sense. They're pretending to dislike each other. And they're both in cahoots with one another to draw any type of suspicion away from one or the other. Now, that's something that's coming into play that I didn't think of. Would two people who dislike each other really put on that big of an act, like they really dislike each other? Unless the situation of murder does come into play, where they have to play their part, otherwise they're tagged. But obviously one of them would take the fall if the police or whoever investigate and say, hey, you're it, because then the other person would finger, oh no, he's an accomplice. They would obviously finger their accomplice. So it can't be both of them together. Otherwise, both of them would assume together that they would never be caught and would look out for each other. Seems highly unlikely. No, I'm going to go with the Albert thing. They both equally hate the father. But how would that work? Would they be so extremely dedicated to each other that they wouldn't rat on each other? What would they gain from doing that, other than screwing over the dead man? Alright, so a new possibility has just arrived. Hamish and Albert are working together. I still have Albert as the main killer, but a possibility that wasn't in my mind has now come into my mind. Okay, let's see.
Miss White's locker. A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Okay. So it seems like um, Margaret is ashamed of her parents and being poor. She's ashamed of being poor. And she haven't spoken to them for years, and then when things really shit really hits the fan and she's feeling it, she decided to call them and ask them for years, and all of a sudden you're asking for money. Um, Now because you don't want to see your university friends, your rich friends, see you as needy and dependent, so you're asking for a quick fix. Like, it's you who make us feel ashamed. She didn't say Mr. Dunn. It's you who make us feel ashamed. Because they feel ashamed that she doesn't think that they're good enough for her own parents. So this is what Hamish feels towards his daughter. Even more reason to want to kill Dunn. But I know what it's trying to do, and I'm not falling for it.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Yeah, given to her by Mr. Dunn. She kept them and probably was going to pawn them off and sell them to cover for her expensive. She sweet talk her way to that guy. Probably slept with him. Wait, can I rotate it upwards? Okay. The thing is trying to make her out to be the killer as well. She probably hates sleeping with the guy or whatever. And she's sick and tired of feeling ashamed of being poor and being of poor. And he hates that effect that Mr. Dunn makes her family feel like they're low. So she kills them out of anger. So he's trying to go that route as well. So many people want to kill his ass. But I know what's going on. You don't fool me, game. It keeps bobbing and weaving, but I'm sticking to Albert. I see from a logical perspective, it would seem more likely that she would kill him, you know, out of fit of rage. I would get my wish, finally. A female killer within all these stories. And that would be satisfactory if it's actually her, because then I still won in the end. I got to actually finally get a female killer in a story. Because all the others were a bunch of male killers, and it was starting to become cliche. So if this actually turns out to be a female killer, I will win even if though I lose in predicting a wrong person, because I got what I want. Find the plant that was used to kill Mr. Montague. Inspect Kew Gardens staff building and gather information. Didn't I do that? Okay, so alright, this is the staff building. There's nothing else. I didn't use
Miss White's locker.
I can't use the L1 here, and nor the R1. Oh, I can use the R1. There's nothing else. Everything was checked. This was checked. That's checked. Okay. So there's nothing in here. Checked. Go into the next room. Was everything checked in here? Everything was checked, I believe. That was checked. That was checked. That definitely was checked. Okay. So, I'm leaving here. And going into here. I didn't check here. So we're gonna check here. Safety box. For some reason, I'm not interested in trying to unlock these things. I think the reason why I'm not interested in trying to unlock safes is because they're quite simple. Spiking and going back down, spiking and going back down. Every time it lags on the internet. Or rotates. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? It didn't give me instructions on how to do that.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
They have named it the Siberian barley. Complete resistance to the cold. But if you heat it up, it may turn into smoke. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Okay, wait. The gold shards is a resistance to poison. And this is a resistance to coal. Or to chemicals. Wait, the gold is resistant to chemicals. Not to poison. And this is resistant to cold. So this and the gold were put together. The breakup. The breakup. So Albert wasn't. Wait. Yeah. No. So yeah, Montague was in relationship with the girl. Or is this someone else? My dearest Margaret. Yep, he was in relationship with Margaret. And Margaret, out of fit of rage after breaking up with him, probably killed him because her sugar daddy didn't have that money to give her anymore. But why would she kill him over that? She would go back to her poor family and be poor. Wouldn't make sense. There's something too clean about all this. Now, this would piss me off and want me to commit murder if I was in her place. You must vacate the premises. You cannot come back to Kew Gardens anymore. You are no longer in need of my support. You are quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. But I give you back your freedom and wish you nothing but good luck. So she basically, she got tired of maybe sleeping with him, or was she got the money and she got the valuables she wanted without sleeping with him. Let's say she never had any sexual situations with him whatsoever. She just coerced him to give her certain things by sweet talking him, such as the valuables that she got from him. She would calculate how much those things are worth, and she would be able to pay off her education with that. And then she basically bluntly told him, I'm capable of standing on my own. I don't need your support anymore. After she conned him. And so he got rid of her. But if that's the case, then there'll be no reason for her to kill him, because she already got what she wanted. Yeah, this sounds a bit weird. Very strange. If she has what she wants, there'll be no reason to kill him whatsoever at all. Oh, there's nothing else on the table. Okay, I guess that was it. Champagne bottle again. Better not be no murderous ice picks in here.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Okay, so this is Dunn's room, and he kept the letter. Or she gave him back the letter. If this is his actual room, and she has the letter, and he has the letter he gave to her, and she gave him back that letter after she read it. But she's still working here. So she was planning to leave here, but she never left. Because he's dead now.
Champagne. Champagne.
Which means the son told her she could stay.
Champagne.
So she's going to try to
Champagne.
sweet talk him as well and use him.
French wine. A remarkable vintage. A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Reynold. Was that his name? Wait a minute. Nope. Martin Hamish. So, Reynold Hamish is the father of Martin Hamish. So Dunn knew the Hamish family well in advance. Unless this is his. Wait. So see, something is. That's what I was thinking to myself. Martin Hamish looks quite young to be the father of Miss White. So she's probably the daughter of Reynold Hamish. Okay, so that makes more sense now. I was wondering, what the hell? That dude probably had like kids when he was like 15 or 16 or something. Because he's not like super old. He looks like he's in the 30s, for God's sake, and she's like, what, in her early 20s? Or 18? He would have to have her when she was like 16, 17.
A photograph.
Can I flip it over? So he's Reynolds' kid. She's Reynolds' kid. Nothing else? Okay, so there's no instructions on how to open this, so might as well. Oh, this is going to be annoying as hell, because then I have to write down which one comes after which. It's not a difficult thing. You know, it's not a difficult puzzle. You just write down the sequence on a piece of damn paper, and then you keep going around until it's open. So I'm not going to waste my time on that. That's too easy. Way too easy. Okay. The best type of actually safe opening things are the ones that you turn them and mash them together with lines. The regular old safe ones are so easy, it's not even funny. I don't even feel like I should even waste my time even talking about it. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment. Okay, so the other Hamish guy is a lawyer. But if he's a lawyer, he's the father of Miss White, and how would he not have money? I'm assuming this is the same Hamish we're talking about. Either he's the brother of Martin Hamish, or he's the father of Martin Hamish. It seems more like his brother, because Martin Hamish, then that means Dunn, Montague Dunn would have to be super old, and I can't see that girl like in a relationship with a super old dude. Old to a certain degree, but not super old. So her father would probably have to be like the brother of Martin Hamish. But he's asking him to defend him as his own personal lawyer with regards to Divine Syndicate, rights to hold certain plants. So the Divine Syndicate wanted to claim those plants. Now, is this Divine Syndicate the insignia on the bottom of one of those pottery plants? Probably is. So he's trying to tell me that some outside group came in to try to steal these plants, apart from him dying from being poisoned. So there's two crimes here. A syndicate stealing their stuff and then him dying from poison from one of his fellow people that work here. So I knew there was something going on in this game. That it seems very strange to me that a theft is happening and all of a sudden a guy dies, and it seems like it's all linked together, but it also feels like there are two cases being present here. Something that's going on not related to his guy's death. Wow. So unless they're talking about the plants themselves as siblings, sisters, unless they're talking about the plants themselves are sisters, they're saying Mr. Dunn has emphasis on the word they're sisters, women here in prison as laborers for him at Kew Gardens. Women which aren't present in this scenario as of yet, and I'm pretty sure are not Miss White. So you're telling me there's something else? See, I goddamn knew something else is going on. There's no way this game could have started off with a theft of plants and all of a sudden a guy that has a heart attack died. Then you find out he was poisoned. I say, well, what the hell does that have to do with stolen plants? You know, if someone wanted to kill a guy, was it because they found the plants valuable, so they decided to kill him because he saw and knew too much? But the door was closed from the inside, so they could have stole the plants from the outside. He wouldn't have known because he can't see on the other side of the door. They could have gone and left. He would have been none the wiser because there's no security guards or anything there. So there are two things going on here. There are two things going on here. A revenge against him, and a secondary revenge against him, unrelated to him getting killed by means of the plants. So the plants was used to as a diversion. Yeah, okay. So I think the plants were used as diversions. No one really gave a shit about the plants. But I'm not sure yet. I do know that two crimes did happen here. Something was stolen, the plants, and the other is his death. And they're separate from each other. That I knew from the very beginning. That's why I started to write spotlights. All right, so archive, research archive. Wait, go back. Research archive, dialogue, 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 3 dialogues, and all the rest are research archives. Okay, so dialogue it is. I'm pretty sure I search all of this. No?
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Don't tell her about this. The depth of Margaret White to Mr. Rental of the suit of Rooms at Oxford Street. Education, scholarship, university, credit open. Read again. Yeah, Miss Margaret thinks she's a good con artist and she could sweet talk her way through this guy. And because she thinks he's a fool, because he's brazen and bold and brash and likes to womanize, so she could use him. She had no idea that he was keeping track of everything he was paying. He was giving to her. It's a good thing too, because Holmes keeping this away from her by not letting her know. She could divulge certain clues that would lead to either how he died. If she says anything specific relating to this, then I'll be able to tag her as the killer. Finally, he finally gets some deduction going on here. This is lame. You telling me the whole time? Yeah, this one is. I don't like this one. This deduction anyway. All of a sudden, the deduction popped out of nowhere after so many investigating so many things. So it's like whoever made the game threw them all towards you at once. Okay, so let's try to put these things together. White's studies. She enjoys the work and has talent for it. Her specialization is exotic plants. Wait, White and Dunn. No. No, White's. A hell of a time to want to use the restroom. I'm getting close. All of a sudden I need to use the restroom. Okay, Miss White's family. Let's see. No. White and Dunn. Yep, I knew that from the beginning. What else? Wait. Yeah, this is a strange one. This one is a very strange one. It throws me a lot of clues. But, yeah. Some of them are obvious and others are not so. Let's see. Poisoning. I think you got inhaled. Plant studies. Especially in exotic plants. I can't really link this towards poisoning. Sure, he enjoyed it. Okay, after the death of father. Yeah, neither of them seems like they're connected. I'll leave it as it is at the moment. Okay, so what now? I'll find a plant that was used to come. Okay. You still be to track the strange scent from the laboratory. And how to kill Mr. Montague Dunn. Okay, so Toby will lead me to possibly the plant, which then will lead me to the stolen plants from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. Or his nose will lead me to the stolen plants, which will then lead me to it's one or the other. It's one or the other. Because there's two situations happening here. One a theft and one a murder. So I'll have my conversations right now, then I'll grab Toby. See what you'll say.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens.
So it was his father.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
That's a lie. If it's always been there, he would have got rid of it. He doesn't like the guy.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Yes, it's trying to put Mr. Hamish as the killer, but I know it's a real red herring. What Mr. Hamish is an asshole. He's an asshole because he's an educated man, and he believes because he's an educated man that has the rights to certain things because he's well educated. Lots of time invested in his education, exhibition, and these things. So he feels the world is doing him a type of injustice by not recognizing him. So which makes him into an asshole. So he doesn't care about anything related to non-botany or about Mr. Montague's death whatsoever at all. This makes him a cold person, but doesn't mean that actually makes him a killer. So we'll speak to the son next.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Full of shit. Above on a broken pot. There is a symbol of like a ship on a broken pot. There's a symbol for S on a broken pot, and a symbol of something that looks like a ship also on a broken pot. Albert's hopes. He was hoping to join the Navy. The branded flower pots. I can't really say for sure that that's actually associated with him, but I will go with his hopes and see what it is. I know it's probably wrong. But,
and yet
yeah.
I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
They almost did succeed, but his dreams were shattered. Albert's ambition. Miss humiliation. After the death of his father, Albert now feels responsible for mansion. Okay, so it's basically saying that even though they both have ambitions to take over Kew Gardens, they're not really button heads. There's only one of them really is ambitious about taking over Kew Gardens, and that I believe that's actually Hamish. So Albert is really not ambitious in taking over Kew Gardens at all, even though he's saying so. None of these are related. I'm not going to waste my time with it. I mean, they might be, but they feel off in some ways. Okay, so now it's on to research. We do research, then we do Toby. I noticed something though, and if my feeling is correct, there are missing people within the photo of archive, which means there's yet another story. And if there's yet another story, then this damn game will go all the way into July. There's 3. No, there's 4. So there's yet another story. So unless this is the longest of all the the past 4. That means there are 4 more characters attached to the Kew Gardens case. But I doubt it. I believe these 3 are the main suspects. Otherwise, this is the longest one out of all the others, because then that means there's 4 more people involved. I doubt it though. Alright. So that means if I'm going all the way into July with this, then I'm going to play this whenever. It's not going to be back to back like I've been doing for the past couple of days. Because I don't have time enough to go do things back to back in July.
My analysis table is
Okay.
as useful for my
archive.
work.
Yes, archive. Alright, so what am I looking for in archive? Is it experimental stuff in archive, or okay, Divine Syndicate. Of the design and press. Kew Gardens. So I need to know who the Divine Syndicate is. Symbol of broken pot. Okay, use the encyclopedia to find the symbol. The symbol. Branded flower pot. Maybe the encyclopedia has that one too. And then this one, it goes to research under chemical types. Okay, so it would be in research here for stolen plant list, right? Chemistry. A list of exotic stolen plants. Okay. Chemistry, poison, and toxins. Right. Okay. It says the poison type, but it didn't say the flower. Wait, maybe if I check.
That is not the one I need.
Okay, that's what I thought. If I click it, it won't give me more information. It'll just assume. So it has to be specific named onto the flower. Wounds and injuries. Martial arts. Marks and symbols. Divine Syndicate would be here, but this is not about Divine Syndicate. Alright, so I'll go back. And I'll pick the Divine Syndicate one. But wait a minute. Is it going to force me to... Wait. Shit. Wait, let me try it again. Okay. Oh, there it is. I knew something was off. Rare plant botany, search symbol of broken pot, and search symbol on exhibition pots. Could be the Divine Symbol case.
That is not the one I need.
Okay. So, Divine Syndicate is not related to that symbol. So, such a symbol. Okay. So this is probably, if if the S is not the symbol of the Divine Syndicate, then this is probably it. The only thing I remember of anything unrelated to Kew Gardens is Mr. Hamish having an exhibition not related to Kew Gardens. So he could be involved with the Divine Syndicate some way, which will involve the stealing of the plants, but not necessarily the killing of the man. But then again, the Divine Syndicate did state, you have our sisters captive. So the Divine Syndicate could also be responsible for the killing, and less likely with the stealing, or maybe they're both. I want to know who these sisters are, because it's weird to use the word sisters. I'm like more than halfway into this story, and all of a sudden there are sisters present here. So if we're not talking about plants, then they're actually kidnapped people here, or people held against their own will. Members of the Syndicate. Through one. I don't know who Throwan is.
The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Okay, so rare plants. Case of 18. Search the case on June 18. It wouldn't be here. Oh shit, wrong one. Oh, I did it again, damn it. Okay, I have to scroll up, scroll down, okay. Alright. 1889. Naval Defense Act. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. Let me read this carefully. Divine Syndicate Club followers of the God King Threwan, situated on Clareton Road, protectors of plants and more particular trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. So when they're saying sisters, they were probably talking about the plants. It's weird. Unless, from what I could get from this, their god is probably plant related, for a reason why they would call it them sisters. In fact, this private organization, which has been given as its goal the defense and protection of nature. So they're extremists. That's what this is telling me. They're protectors of nature. There are all sorts of extremists: religious extremists, political extremists, ideological extremists, nature extremists. So these guys are actually extremists of their
Here it is.
God.
And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
But I'm not done yet.
This is where I keep my post.
Okay, rare plants. Will be in Encyclopedia. Arts and architecture. Technology, history, medicine. Okay. Plant hormones. Medicinal herbs. Under these carnivorous plants, would it be plant hormones? Exotic plants, poisonous. Only the first three can be dangerous to humans, particularly Florin diabolica. No wonder I couldn't find this damn thing online. I'm typing it online to find out what the hell is Florim diabolica. There's nothing about Florim diabolica. Like, is this like a British thing? The Bibles I know of. Violets I know of. But Florim diabolica? The plant should react to a process of aggression against which it will issue deadly spores. Okay, so that the spores are the chemicals. So it came from that specific plant. It came from the diabolica, which developed the spores as its own personal defense mechanism to kill off the attacker. But unless the person put the actually spores inside of the room, or take the spores and paste them onto the hands, or it would have shown on the body of the person. So the inhalation of the spores came through the air, so it had to be done through the ventilation shaft. So they had to have turned the damn thing into mist through heat, or they placed it inside of the vent shaft and wait for the cool air from the vent shaft to initiate the effect of the spore itself. I mean, but it says it's immune to cold, so it couldn't be cold air. It would have to be warm air for it to become defensive.
Here it is. Here it is.
Okay, so the only thing left now is to decide which one. I mean, I'm assuming that it's the Florum Diabolica, based on this description of what it says. But Holmes have tagged 3 of them, so I have to go with what the game is pushing me towards. So he doesn't know which one is it yet. Realization of toxic process of fairly difficult for it requires particular chemical fertilizer. So a specific fertilizer must initiate the aggression. Simulating initiation. The caterpillar should work. Okay, so all Holmes have to do is use a live caterpillar, and because these are carnivorous plants, it would initiate its own defense mechanism as well as try to consume the caterpillar, and thus producing the toxins required to do what's necessary. But which one is it? I'm still going with the Diabolica, but the game is saying it could be any 3. I'm not really interested in which 3. I'm only interested in solving the puzzle. Which one is not as important as moving forward in the story after the poison has been selected. Okay, so now I'll use Toby. Okay, so Toby, where are you?
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Have you found something interesting?
So I remember saying that how Toby is a bloodhound. I guess I was right. Hound dog? No, not a bloodhound. Hound dog. He was a hound dog.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
I already know where this is leading me. To two places. One, the burnt pile, and two, to a hidden place that I didn't notice. So this is the hidden place.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
I'll be surprised if Toby doesn't go to the burnt pile. But then again, why would he? Holmes already went to the dirt pile. Yeah, Toby doesn't need to go there.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Okay, so the gold flakes were used, as stated before, to neutralize poison, or immune to poison, or immune to toxics. So did they put gold flakes on the caterpillar? I don't know. We'll see.
Brave Toby.
Yeah, so, yeah, kind of figured that, I didn't know why I thought Toby needed to go to the pile, but then I realized, wait, if Holmes already went to the pile, Toby doesn't need to go there. So he didn't go there. Alright, so let's go back. See, what time is it? Alright, I'm gonna give this like
Let us determine just
20
what we
more
have
minutes.
found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle. A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's. Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette and make several drops of the reagent. red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Okay, so that answers that question. He heated up, it turns into crystallized form, and I guess once it turns into crystallized form, once you heat it, it turns into crystallized form. It gets dissolved in the body with heat, and then poisons from inside. But no, it was the person breathed it into their lungs, so it was transformed in the air rather than, unless this person, it basically the game is saying, Dunn drank it, but if it drank it, then it would be part of his stomach, and no poison was in his stomach, so he couldn't have drank it. He had to have inhaled it, even though he had the scent of it on his breath. But breathing something in goes into one's lungs and out of your mouth as well, because it's the lungs. So the scent of the floral decay was from the lungs themselves. So it couldn't have been something that he drank. He had to have breathed it in. Someone had to have burned it and let the scent of the aroma travel through the air, and then he inhaled it. But it would have to be a lot of it in order for it to get into that room and for him to breathe it in, and they would have to wait to see the effects. Eventually it would kill them, which means Dunn was quite aware that the scent was going to kill him, or he was unaware that the scent was going to kill him because of the neutralizing effect of the scent from the gold. Regards to the chemicals themselves, maybe it neutralizes any type of, it makes it odorless, or it makes it nice smelling, so you can't distinguish it from other scent of regular flowers, and you won't be able to tell it's poisonous. Yeah, I'm going with that. Let's see what else we have. Dialogue. Alright, so I have to talk to someone from Kew Gardens. Or I have to go to the Divine Syndicate. That's what it's saying. I should go to the Divine Syndicate and have a conversation. I'm stuttering now a lot because I realize I am getting rather tired. Even though the coffee is kicking in, I'm still tired. It never occurred to me that there would be a sixth story.
Is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
But here's the thing, though. If Divine Syndicate is present here, then that means someone is going to be here, and that someone is going to be present within character profiles or portraits, which means 1, 2, 3, unless the sixth story involves only 1, 2, 3 criminals, then the final person of the story will be at the Divine Syndicate location. Otherwise, this is a long one. The Kew Gardens mystery is going to be a long one.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock...
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements, and moreover, from the quality of the ambient geotropism, it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Watson is completely dumbfounded in how this guy behaves. Like, he's praised to a vegetation god. That's basically what this is. Okay. We'll go along with this crazy man. Now, I understand yin and yang exists, and gods exist in the old-fashioned times, but vegetation god, even if there is such a thing, vegetation god doesn't make you speak like you're a damn weirdo. Speak in the third.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted.
I would say I'm not ready. Maybe I'm supposed to look around before I say I'm ready. But I am surprised it's gone on for more than 3 hours, more than 4 hours, and I'm still up. So I'm desperately trying to finish this, but I don't know, man. I think within the next 5 minutes, because I never really go beyond 4.5 in games anymore. So I might have to continue this tomorrow. In fact, yeah, I think it's best I continue this tomorrow. But I know I probably won't get this opportunity again. The internet always acts up, so I should profile them first. When this opportunity comes, I should just take it while I can. I'll profile him and I'll look around and I'll call it a day. That's all it is. I solved a lot already with this case. And this is definitely longer than Abbey Grange.
Green Grand Mystic, we are...
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh, la, good, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation, can you make whenever you so wish?
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
We'll leave you to be a freak. And to do your freakiness. It says it's near the entrance. Maybe it means this? Guess not. Wait, what? Something popped up just now. Oh, it's just my imagination, okay.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol.
It says it fell down here. What, they hang it in a tree or something? How could it fall down unless it was on top here? Someone put it up here. They hid the Kew Gardens pot and covered it up. Okay. But they obviously don't care about Kew Gardens, people. Okay, what else? What are you doing up there, Watson?
This green, grand, mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. We should search every inch of this place.
Of course he's suspicious. He has a weird tattoo on his neck. He talks in a weird way. He's part of something called Syndicate. Anything that has the word Syndicate is really good. They have a beef at Kew Gardens. Okay, so I don't see anything else. So I should go inside. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm not going inside. I got other stuff I have to do. Alright, so apparently this is very long. And it will take me some time to finish this. I had no idea that this game was this long. They're the longest of the bunch. Then that means there's a sixth story. I'm betting on there being a sixth story. Otherwise, this is the longest of the five. Because this is the fifth story, I believe. Yeah, the fifth story. So, Jesus, man, I had no idea for the price range of this game and for this much value. I have to give it at least another point. I gave it a point for it being price range already, but I gotta give it another point. And of course, this is the second story which I had to use Spotlight, and it seems almost as complicated, or similar, just as complicated as Rails on the Rails and Black Peter. Black Peter would have been good if it wasn't for that stupid chemistry thing. But yeah, I would say I was at an 8. I was at a 7.8. Then I gave it 1 point for it being the value of what it is, and for it not straining on load time and stuff. And I got it back up to an 8. And now, once I started this mission, the Kew Gardens one, I started to use the spotlight again, and of course now there are two situations going on. A murder and stolen property. Two different mysteries happening at the same time, so that's good. So I'm gonna give it additional 2 points for that. So now I'm back up to 8.2 regards to the game. So if this is not the final mission and there's yet another, I could give the game more points moving forward. So in total, what I'm trying to say is this game might fall into the mid-8s category before it's all over. Unless it goes completely stupid towards the end and do something to piss me off to no ends. I would say everything is going quite well. The story of Kew Gardens is quite good. The mystery isn't too difficult, but at the same time, it's not easy either because there are two events going on separate from each other, and you can't really lock into which is which. You could say they're following the same path and they're associated with each other, but that would be presumptuous of saying that they're both related to each other without fully knowing that they're related to each other. Just like I have no idea that the girl, Miss White, Margaret White, is the daughter of Hamish. Of a Hamish, for which when she was first introduced, there was no present in explaining that that was the case, or need to think that that would be the case, because the only Hamish we got to know of was Martin Hamish. So it would be weird to assume that someone that young would be related to her as siblings, especially since he talks ill of her and saying she is naive. So you wouldn't assume that they're related. Turns out they are. So it's doing the back and forth to throw you off of who to tag as the enemy quite well. Better than all the others, to be honest with you. A little was in Black Peter and a lot was in Along the Rails, but this one seems more interesting than all the rest because there are two crimes happening both at the same time. A theft, or a pretend theft, and a murder. I can't say it's the same as Abbey Grange because even though that was a pretend theft, it was still related to the same event, the murder. They were both connected. Criminals came in, supposedly steal silverware, killed the guy, left. Turns out that's fake, but they're all related to the event of killing the guy. Whereas this one, there's no guarantee that they are related to each other. You could only assume that they are. So I gotta call it a day for right now. I'll pick this up not tomorrow, because tomorrow's the 30th, because that's Warframe time, and I have to farm for like maybe 3 to 4 hours in Warframe for the giveaway before the giveaway starts at 9:30. So yeah, today I'm going to do some farming in Warframe since I have no work tomorrow. But tomorrow I'm definitely not going to be doing this. I'm just thankful I'm able to at least do 4 hours of this. But this will have to pick up sometime in July because this is longer than I thought. Alright, so that's it. Got